つも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよそれは愛がさまよう限り君は少し泣いたあの時見えなかった
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Stairs. Which way do we go?
I say up. I sense presences below us, but not as large.
Up it is, then.
Guess I misread the landing.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Hey, when did I get so popular?
Blow away!
I'm not so good with airborne targets. Freeze laser!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Swallow blade! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine, radiant light.
Here I come!
Regeneration.
Healing
Blow
fire!
away! Shockwave!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
This one's mine! Let them lock!
Bloody fire! Burn!
Lunar Casting! I'll never fit!
Here I come!
Can't get out of this.
Here's a healing arc!
Now you see what I can do.
Now!
Here I come! Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Confiscating!
Resonate with the earth.
Rising Falcon!
Stalagmite.
This time!
On
Shockwave Flash! Strike!
Air pressure.
Raining Flash!
Resonate with the earth.
Swallow Blade! Try harder!
Deliver.
My turn! You're mine! Ignite!
Our surge is through.
Rising
Energy
Falcon! Swallow
awakened!
Blade! Shockwave Flash!
Gemini Ultra! Magic is there!
Double Demon Fang!
I'm out of ammo!
Take this!
Illuminate!
Shockwave
Nothing gets hot.
I owe you one.
Waterfall.
Raining blast!
Where are you going? I can't heal you forever.
Azure
Here,
Storm!
flame. Finish without a
Burn in hell!
Here goes. Don't mind if I do.
Here I come!
Take this!
You get the gist.
Far enough! This one's all mine!
Now, let me help. Lost. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Will this help?
Not a chance! You picked the wrong fight!
You apart!
You're mine!
Healing circle.
Rising sun! Raining blast! You're mine! Devastation! Slash!
You get the gist.
Shockwave flash! You're mine! Now let loose!
Feel.
Blew away!
Let the marksman
Solar blade!
Here.
Azure Storm!
Lunar
Here I come! It's on!
We gotta go in. Do it.
Double demon chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
A freezing
I'm not
storm.
done! Eat dirt! Here I come!
tornado.
Solar blade! Shockwave flash!
Bloody howling!
I'm ready! Doubling! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Armor won't save you! Elusive deity,
Ready to
take
go.
this!
Ray.
Swallow blade! Azure Storm!
Resonate with the earth!
It's on!
Stalagmite!
I'm not done!
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I think I'm getting stronger.
You finally made it.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Blow away! Talon Hurricane! Bet that shell's hiding something tasty. I'll finish you here and now! Talon Storm! First strike! Eat this! Inspiration! I could do this all day! Dark Wind! Almost! Ready and raring! Come and get it! Steel! I'm on a roll now! Blow away! Inspiration! I could do this all day! I'm on it! Steel! Talon Storm! Lost my... That frickin' does it! Talon Hurricane! Fake Bolero! Armor won't save you! First strike! Watch this! Talon! Hey, when did I get so popular? Eat this! Talon Hurricane! Eat this! Talon Storm! Watch this! These fists have got your name on them! I'm on it! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! I'll run you through! Ready and raring! Time to deal some hurt! Come and get it! I'll end you! Talon Storm! I'm on it! Lost my focus! Talon Storm! Now this! You're wide open! Talon Storm! I'll finish you here and now! Fake Bolero! Death shattering of pieces! Attack time! I'm on it! I can carve through armor! I'm on a roll now! Backing down! Time for one more! Dark Wind! Talon Hurricane! Death Blossom! Now I'm in the groove! Talon Hurricane! Death! Anything in armor is all mine! Watch this! Death Blossom! Talon Storm! Now this! Talon Hurricane! Inspiration! I could do this all day! Steel! Oh, now I'm real mad! I'm on it! Talon Hurricane! Fake Bolero! Armor won't save you!
My
I'll
shield!
finish you here and now! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
It's noisy in here, isn't it?
Things should calm down a little once we're through with this place.
Optimistic as always.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped. I'm like bait to them! Catapult! Solid hurricane!
Please be like that.
I'll pick you up! I'll tear you apart! Talon hurricane! Damn it! Anything too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Now I can let loose.
So much for this fight out.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here I go!
My turn.
Eat this! Now you see what I can do!
Blow away. Not today.
I'm on it!
Slash. Severing blade.
Snap!
The earth.
You're mine. Swallow blade. Crush.
Captivity!
This is it!
I'm ready! Oh! Now I'm real mad! Begin! Death on the wind!
Azure Storm.
Do it! First blood!
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
The heavens must be smiling.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Phew. What a rush. opponent like this should be easy.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Severing Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Rising Falcon!
Whatever you do, just stay away from the force.
Devastation!
Swallow Dance!
I owe you one.
Do it!
I'm not done!
Go, Helene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
There you go! Make it feel like me again. I'll finish you here and now! Ready and
You
ready!
escape!
Awesome!
You're mine!
Fear. Here's the evil.
Mega Sonic Thrust!
Freeze Lancer! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Severing Wind!
Rising Falcon! Hey, when did I get so popular?
Soaring Light Spear! This one's gonna be tough.
Rounding you apart!
Swallow Blade!
What's this?
Mega Sonic Thrust!
Talon Hurricane!
Let me swallow blade!
Ride! I'll finish you. I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Devastation!
Do it!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Negus?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it. Quickly.
No backing down!
Wind!
Here I call!
Rising Falcon! Swallow Blade!
Hear my call!
Elusive deity!
I'm not done!
No dawn shall break
You're
the
mine!
dance!
Strike! Take this! Azure Storm! Severing Wind! Hurricane Thrust! Rising Falcon! It's over! Wind!
Do it!
You're mine!
Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle! Easy peasy. Ha hoodle. Lost!
Azure Storm! Slash! Swallow Blade!
Here!
Devastation!
Here I go! One more! Is that fast-wielding art? Now I've seen everything!
You're mine!
Freak! Forget they just sit still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I'm on a roll now!
I'm ready! Sion!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Snake is the
Now!
official
Not again! No escape! Tear!
I'm on it!
Hurricane Thrust! Burn! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Inferno Punch!
Devastation!
Gemini
Severing Wind!
Swallow Dance!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back. This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that! It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out!
Hurricane Thrust!
Bloody holiday!
Tear!
Whoa, I'm there!
Hurricane Thrust!
Damn it!
Hurricane Thrust!
We got the advantage!
Good. Just have to make an absolute...
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Wind!
Can you take it?
Hurricane Thrust!
Do it!
Those are impressive skills.
They took a lifetime to master.
And I'll have to keep training.
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Flew away!
An instant!
Still on my... By the power of... It was nice while last...
Let's refrain from losing.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out! Now you see what I can
Hurricane
do!
Thrust! Tear!
I'll throw you in the dust! I can shatter any steel! Captivity!
I'm ready! We got flyers!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
My turn! You're mine! Hurricane Thrust! Ignite!
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Watch this!
Hurricane Thrust!
Fairy circle!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Guess I misread the landing.
Here goes! Azure Storm!
Radiant, here!
Severed Cat!
Elusive deity!
None I never miss!
Hitting pile
Slash!
Swallow!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall!
Hey, when did I get so far?
Hurricane Thrust!
Blind freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Prepare to be sealed, oh.
Take this!
Actually, perhaps found is more appropriate.
Less talking! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art!
Armor won't sink!
Will
What's
escape!
this? In a bind?
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Eat! You're mine!
Can you take it?
Not in your dreams!
We barely managed to turn...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
By the
Now!
power of
Take
flame!
this! It's
I
all!
never miss!
No dawn shall break
It's over!
this night.
Eat dirt!
Mega Ray!
Severing
I'm
Blade!
ready! Annihilation! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me?
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
Right, here goes! Severing Wind! Hurricane Thrust! On your knees! Hurricane Thrust!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! I shall ensure you survive this!
Now I can let loose!
Lunar corruption!
I'm in your deck, Dokkan. Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
This!
It's over!
I'm on a roll now!
Hurricane Thrust! This one's all mine!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Our expert coming through! Reload!
Try this! Infernal Turret!
Resonate
Take this!
Inferno Field!
Stalagmite!
Blew away!
Freeze Lancer!
First Strider!
Talon
Beaming Gale!
Lightning!
New escape!
Heal!
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Where are you going?
On your knees!
Talon Hurricane!
Armor won't save you!
Do it! Blew away!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
I'm just getting started!
By the power of water!
Yes, I'm getting stronger!
Care to put that claim to the test?
I'd love to, but I got this thing. We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Hey, look at that enemy!
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Resonate with the earth!
Hurricane Thrust! On your knees! Damn it!
Don't mind if I do! The
I'm
wind
ready.
won't save you from me! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A merry distraction.
Hurricane Thrust!
There's still more to go!
Excellent technique.
How are your weapons holding up?
Best not to give me any
Hurricane
ideas.
Thrust!
No further!
I'm not done! You're
Lock!
finished!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky. choice! Severing Wing! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Rising Water!
Hear my call! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Not today!
Anyone?
Here's evil!
It could be a
Eternal
big defeat.
devastation!
For us to pass.
Perfect Knuckle!
This one's mine!
I can carve through. Now I'm in the groove.
Azure Storm!
It was nice while it
Here I
was
come!
Radiant light!
Severing Wing! Searing Gale!
Rending you apart.
Burn!
bloody holiday. On your
Explosion!
Take this! Hurricane!
Easy and smelling to me.
yeah. And
Hold on to your heart! Here I come!
First strike! This time!
Rending you
Raining
apart.
Slash! Burn it hell!
bloody holiday.
Now we're not. Can't get out of this.
I'm not done!
Elusive Gear.
Now I'm in the groove. Hitting fire driver.
I owe you one.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my thorn.
Never miss!
No escape!
I'll tear you apart.
Azure Storm! Slash! Swallow Blade!
Armor won't save you.
Everlasting
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
Win! Not today!
Now we're not.
Healing circle! Swallow
Do it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! No further!
Stay calm. I shall provide
Okay,
assistance.
they look cute and stuff, but they're
What in
vicious!
the world?
Don't worry!
I'm alright.
Hear my
Still
call!
standing.
Got fire!
I've got
enemy
this!
wields
Let a
armor, too.
marksman handle it! We'll soon see about that!
All yours!
Here's evil!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! We turn the tables on.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back. Hurricane Thrust! Do it!
No! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Shine.
Mark that! Take this!
Armor won't. Now I'm in the groove.
It's over!
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop begging,
I mean, yes, sir.
Don't get complacent.
Out of our way!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Easter!
raging lunar storm.
Hurricane Thrust!
Where are you going?
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. The flame inside me!
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
But a opponent like this should be easy.
Here I go!
Hurricane Thrust! Not today!
Elusive deity!
Hurricane Thrust!
Soaring blast! Eagle blade! Far enough!
Polar blade!
I'm ready!
Devastation!
Resonate with the earth! Dark plasma! Freaking something!
Eternal devastation!
Rending you apart!
You're mine!
Take this!
You're finished!
I'm on it! Raging Lunar Storm won't save you!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Swing!
On your knees!
Tear!
Lunar
Hurricane Thrust!
Lunar Blast! I'm all stuffed up!
I'm ready! Watch this!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Thank goodness we won.
I shall ensure you survive this!
Take this!
Dragon Gang! Reload!
Azure Storm! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal! We got fire!
I've got it! Let a marksman handle it!
I'm ready!
All your...
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Here I come!
Already on
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me! All things you can do now! Right down! Might with blackened blade!
Reload! Do it!
Thoroughly! In an instant!
Impact block! Not a chance you can take this!
Here, let me
No
help!
escape! It's over!
Resonate with the earth! Save you!
Go! I never miss!
Here I come!
On your knees!
Do it!
Blade! Off! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Looks like it could be worth something.
This might... be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Backing down!
Strike! Void Blast!
Activity!
Hurricane Thrust!
Dragon on the wing!
Polar Blade!
Green fade.
Here I come! Rising you apart!
Struck!
Bloody howling!
Void Blast!
Do it!
Another incantation group.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hear me! Flame of
Southern Wind! Devastation!
Hear my call!
Hurricane Thrust!
Glacial Spear!
I'm ready!
Freeze them! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
Mega
Southern
Ray!
Wind!
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This looks nice and tough.
Expert coming through!
Get him! One more! I'll blind you with a shot!
Let them
away! Azure Storm!
No more playing nice! It'll body slam us into next week! Instant!
What's this? Eternal Devastation! Ripping you apart! Bloody howling! Here I come!
Water, hear my call! Sled!
I'll stop
Damn it! Thanks, Kisara!
Sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't want to put you out.
But the sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir. In a vine? You picked the wrong fight!
Where are you going? Confiscated!
Hurricane!
Healing circle!
This should do it! I'm not done! Try harder! My turn! You're mine! Ruin! Get elusive field!
Here's... Healing armor!
Swallow blade!
First aid!
Freaking does it! Down! You're mine!
I'm all set!
Discharge! Eternal Devastation! All mine!
No
Ignite!
more playing nice! Here's a healing armor!
Azure Storm!
None shall escape
Shattering
my
to
judgment!
pieces! Attack time!
Falling storm!
Now you see what I can do!
My head's spinning just watching you.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Breath of life! You're mine! Feel my weary companion! What
Tiger Blade! I never miss! Here I come! Inferno crossing!
In a vine? Try hard! This one's all mine! Denied! I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I really don't.
Here's the evil!
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Mega Ray! Annihilation! By the power Tiger Blade!
Azure Storm!
Inferno crossing!
Win! Devastation!
Explosion!
Azure Storm!
Here I go!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Crescent shot!
Tiger Blade! I never miss!
Reflect on thy sin. Burn! They might
Inferno! Keep up the pressure!
win!
Inferno crossing!
Rising Falcon! Execution! Slash! Swallow Blade! Take this! Try harder! Megasonic Thrust! You're mine!
By the Tiger Blade!
Resonate with the
Inferno crossing!
Crush! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
This'll make us even more formidable.
courteous, aren't you?
Hurricane Thrust! This one's all mine!
Can you take it?
Take Hurricane Thrust! I'll take you all on! Azure Storm! Hurricane Thrust!
Stalagmite!
Hurricane Thrust!
Here! This one's mine!
I'm just getting struck!
Severing Wind!
I'm ready!
Devastation!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Not a chance!
Freezing
Not a
storms!
chance! Devastation! Void Blast!
Leave the enemy art to me!
No place here!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I need to be stronger.
First strike! Begin! Severing Wind!
Eat this!
Hurricane
Thrust! Plenty for you all! Make it the official on! Clear for us a path!
Wind!
That frickin' does it! No! I won't
You
give
picked the
in!
wrong fight!
Prepare to be sealed! Armor won't save you!
That sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Hear
me! Flame of Fury!
Denied!
Not in your dreams!
Glacier Spear! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! A scream bathed in blood, rending you apart!
Easter!
Do it!
Go! In an instant!
Impact Claw!
I still got a ways to go!
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out!
Searing Gale!
That's frickin'
Damn it! You're mine!
I never miss!
Crush! You're finished! It's on! Slash!
Eat this!
Try harder!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing
Not
what I
today.
can. Glad you're on up.
Azure Storm! Slash!
How art is being ablated.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Okay, here I go.
Anything in armor is all
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Leave the ensnaring to
You're
me.
mine!
Yeah! And
Devastation!
others to me!
Not a chance to get my judgment!
Lewis, catch and slash! Win! Here I come!
Leave the chargers to me!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
gotta break through!
I can carve through armor! No further!
Gemini Aqua! Where are you going?
Burn in
The
hell!
picture of hell! Denied! I'm on
Take
it!
this!
Corruption! Not in your dreams!
I'll tear you apart!
It's over!
You almost there! I'm just
Sorry!
Rising Phoenix!
Shouldn't have messed with me! Shine! Radiant light!
I'm not done! Swallow Grapple!
Here!
This one's all mine!
Dead!
Okay,
Now
here I
I'm in the
go!
groove!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Talon Storm! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Talon Hurricane!
Where are you going?
You're mine! Anything in armor is all mine! Void Blast! Slice! I'm on!
By the power of water!
Rising Talon Storm! Take this! Talon Hurricane!
Another incantation ruined. You'll find no mercy.
Ready to go! Raging Lunar Storm! Armor won't save you!
Not on my watch! Radiant on here!
Far enough!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Megasonic thrust!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for depend on one.
You're right.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now! Take this!
In a bind?
I never miss!
Raging Lunar Storm! Searing Gale! Talon Hurricane!
One big glacial spear!
And will you lay down your life for your lord?
Well, I mean, hey, let's not be hasty. Talon Hurricane! Here I go! Shattering the pieces!
I'm out of it!
You see, what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Not today! I'll smash you! You're mine! I'm not done! Eat this! Radiant light! Take this! Hurricane! Generation!
Arch Shield!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Let's tear him up!
Mine! Not
On
in
your
retreat!
knees! Far enough! Take this!
I'll heal you all!
Megasonic thrust! Here!
Healing circle! Law! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes. Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machinery or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along? Negative gate! Void Blast!
Another incantation ruined.
Now it's mine! Anything in order! Eat dirt!
Radiant
Here I come! Armor won't save you!
Clear for us a path!
A freezing
Devastation!
storm!
Burn! Rising sun!
Ice tornado!
Severing wind! Tear!
Inferno punch!
I'm not
Can't
done!
get out of this!
No escape!
Art expert coming through!
Blow away!
One more! Radiant light! Here! A chain between heaven and earth! Glacial spear! Pierce the wailing banshee of lightning! Freeze laser!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Devastation!
Dance in the wind!
Rising
Air
circuit!
thrust!
Severing
Chain
wind!
between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of
Here I
lightning!
come! Hurricane
Divine
thrust!
savior! Magic Kazam! Air thrust! This one's mine!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Wind!
Bloody hollow!
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Thanks! You're finished! Slash! Try harder! You're mine! Severing wind! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! I'm not done! Try harder! Not a chance! Take this! Wind! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Burn in hell! You're mine!
Can't get out of this!
Rising Falcon! It's over!
Snake of the abyssal deep! Clear for us a path!
Illuminate the dark!
I'm not
You
done!
are company!
Hurricane
Holy
thrust!
land!
Hurricane thrust!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
We must retire brilliantly.
I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on us, Jocelyn.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Illuminate the dark!
No escape!
Come forth, holy glimmer!
Tear!
Holy
Hurricane thrust!
Chain between heaven and earth! Never miss!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Take this! Slash! Severing wind!
Resonate with the earth!
No escape!
Raging cat
We did it! I owe you one! Tear!
Let me free you!
Severing wind!
without a trace! Let's get your tucked away!
You're mine!
All right,
Next!
it's showtime!
Now or never!
Hurricane thrust!
Position, precision, timing. All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else there?
You take
the wrong
meticulous
fight.
care of your fire. Can't get out of this!
Ready to go! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Void blade!
A thrilling performance.
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
Ridwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master Cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balseph's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually,
Everything all right? You kinda looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You wanna try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right, jeez. Sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Here I come!
I never miss!
First strike!
Don't mind if I do!
Raging Luna Storm! It's on!
That's freaking
Take this!
a freezing
I'm not
storm!
done! You picked the wrong fight!
Far enough! Ice tornado!
Raining Slash!
I'm just getting started.
Hurricane
Eruption!
By the day, I'll finish you here and now.
Here I come! I'm not... Raining Slash! This one keeps charging us!
that's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Further! It's over!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Thunder Storm!
Perhaps now
Isn't now you see what I can do!
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight!
Elusive deity!
Swallow blade!
Hitting Cloud Driver!
Infernal turret!
No more playing
Radiant
nice!
light!
Let the
Let's tear him up!
Glimmer
Regenerate! Come on, another incantation ruin!
Sealed!
This isn't ideal!
Not in your dreams!
Tempest! Pierce! Swallow dance! Come on, a roll now! Walk by focus! Catapult!
Healing circle!
Thanks! Catapult! Azure Storm! Okay, here I go!
Show thy mystic mercy! Show thy mystic mercy!
Giant Slash!
Lost! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Already on!
Burn!
Healing circle!
Radiant Slash! Nothing knuckle!
Now I'm in the groove!
Rising Falcon!
What a relief! In a bind? Denied! Now you see what I can do!
Take this!
No dawn can break this one! I'm on a roll now!
Radiant Slash!
Raging Lunar
Where
Storm!
are you going?
You're mine! The
Dance!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Eagle Assault!
Azure
Fluidity of
Storm!
her movements is simply incredible.
Burn in hell!
I'll heal you all!
Now I'm real mad! Elusive deity!
Wind!
Everlasting Swallow Dance!
Healing circle!
What a
Here I
relief!
come!
Here I go! Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Won't forgive you!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Come one, come all! Here I come!
Now doing the shot!
Wind!
Show thy mystic mercy!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction!
Not a chance!
Not in your dreams!
Heal! Now I can let prepare to be sealed!
Actually, down is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
Not today!
Elusive deity!
Swallow Blade!
Eagle Ray!
Azure Storm! You're mine!
I wish I could throw like you, Law.
You wish to learn my secrets, young Elfin? I can carve through! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Guess I misread the landing.
Be a breeze. Get in, get out.
This one's mine!
In a bind. Far enough.
Here I come!
Corruption!
Breath of life.
You picked the wrong fight!
Companion.
Slash!
Dragon
Swallow Blade!
Shoot it.
I owe you one! Mega Flight Thrust!
Hear my heart!
Getting started.
Red! Glacier Spear! Pierce evil!
I'll blind you with a shot.
Freeze Lancer!
Crush!
Oh, now you're
Eternal
talking.
Devastation! Take this!
Ready! Reload! Here's a
Shouldn't have
healer!
messed with me. No dawn
Take
shall
this!
break this night.
Cyan Instant!
Swallow Blade!
Can you take it? Anything is over.
Water!
Come on, roll now.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Everlasting dark. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Watch this!
You're mine!
Heal my wearied companions, all mine!
Swallow Blade!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
Here I come!
Ready to go!
Hold nothing! Stay away from my friend!
Air pressure! Resonate with the earth!
You picked the wrong fight! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Not done yet!
Shine! Radiant no further!
Inspiration! I can do this all day!
Lightning!
Rising Rocket!
Vanish without a trace!
No further.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Hear me!
Here we go
Flame of
again.
Burning strike! Do it! Ridwell, astral energy! Full throttle! Here, let me help! It's in the sky!
I can see you see this
I owe you one. I'm on a roll now. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hurricane Sonic Thrust! Burn!
I felt fine not too long ago.
Here I come! I approach!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough of it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just getting started.
Here, let me help! First aid!
Okay, here I go!
Storm! Freaking does it!
Leave the charge with
Azure
me!
Storm!
Lavender Fury!
Burn it! I'm on!
Burning
I can carve through
Glacial Spear! Pierce the air! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
I won't forgive you!
Hurricane Thrust!
I never miss!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Come and face me! What? Here I come! Flame inside me! Fury! Be let free! Raging Lunar! Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
You make quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out. Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
No further! No escape!
Take two! Now you see what I can do! Come on,
Here
roll,
goes!
man! I'm surrounded!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Where are you going?
I'm ready! We got the advantage!
Good. Now we just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Raw's on! Soaring blast! Oh! Now I'm real mad! I'll finish you here and now!
Devastation!
Talon Storm!
Azure Storm!
I may be less pleasant than usual.
Wait, when have you ever wanted
Here I come!
Not since meeting you, Law. I should have kept you.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll face you! Talon Hurricane! You're mine!
There's more where that came from.
Guess I misread the landing.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Devastation!
Begin! pieces!
Two heads!
In a bind? I'll finish you here and now!
Severing Wing! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Rising Spirit! By Mystic Mercy!
Ignite!
Freeze Lancer! Where are you going?
I'm just
What a
Spirit Flame!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Rising Falcon! These sticks have got your name on them!
Mega Ray!
Can you take it?
Breath of life, heal my wearied companion.
I'll finish you here and now!
Thrust! Here I come!
Hurricane! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Blow away! Ready and ready! Now you see what I can do!
No further.
I'll tear you apart!
Escape my judgment!
Not today!
Talon Storm!
If it's in the
You're
sky,
mine!
it's mine!
Talon Hurricane!
Water, hear my call!
Eternal devastation!
Amazing.
Azure Storm!
Pierce Evil!
Azure Storm!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I've used a bit too much healing.
No backing down!
Inside me, yearns to be let free!
Can you take it?
Run! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance on the wind!
No escape!
On your knees!
Void Blast!
Art expert, come through!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
And more of this and I'll burn out.
None can escape my judgment!
Anything in armor is
Ray!
I can carve all finish you here and now! Talon Storm!
Azure
We
Storm!
barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound
Get out of
surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Oh, I certainly won't argue. Roll now! Eagle Assault!
Severing Wing!
Begin! Storm! Elusive deity!
Void Blast! Come and face me!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Let's see what you've got.
Severing Wing!
Hey, when did I get so popular?
Hurricane Thrust! Eat
Flesh
dirt!
on thy fist.
I've been hit with something!
So even a masochist has
Not feeling so great. Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! Severing Wing! Here!
And more of this and I'll burn out.
You're mine! This one's all mine! Azure Storm!
Hey,
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
There's always room for improvement.
Guess I misread the landing.
It's on!
Hurricane Thrust!
Eat this!
Tear!
I'm like bait to them!
Hurricane
I
Thrust!
never miss!
Hurricane Thrust! Burn in hell!
Rotating Pile Driver!
Hurricane Thrust!
In a bind?
Tear!
pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
I'm ready! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I've used too much.
I've used a bit too much healing.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take?
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
That Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia. So chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nate. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland. Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Xion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Dahnan who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Dahnan who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Xion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now. All right, something is definitely up with Xion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it.
You think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself, but then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little
Wow! Thank you. What? Great!
Yeah.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, alright?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Look out!
What the hell is that?
Stay calm, Law. It's...
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
Azure Storm! Aim for the weak spot!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. I
This
never
one keeps
fit.
charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Cyan instant!
Here I come!
Fire this! I'm expert!
Radiant blast!
Don't mind if I do! Mega Ray!
Take this!
Turn on!
Blade inside me! Yours to be let free! Not here!
Concentrate!
Alright. And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Raging Cascade!
Swallow blade!
Fred! Magic is there! Here!
Feeling gale!
Purge Malevolence!
You're mine!
Waterfall!
I'll smash you!
Freeze Lancer!
Take this!
You're mine!
Seal! Mega Ray!
I let my guard down.
You'll pay for that! Azure Storm!
Thunder Field! Burning Strike! More where that came from!
Eternal devastation!
Bring you back from depths abyss!
Slash!
Blah, blah, blah!
Swallow blade!
Bring the Freeze Lancer! You get the gist! I'll heal you here!
Train harder.
Where are you going?
You're mine!
A whirling
Crush!
glory!
It's on!
I owe you
Blaze
a
of
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Nico!
Stay away from my friends! Okay, here I go.
I'll bring you back from
I'm not
death
done.
in your dreams!
Okay, here I go. Swallow blade!
I can't hold on much longer!
Azure Storm!
Magic is in! Moving correction!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Time to let it rip! Slash! Azure Storm! No right
Freezing
mystic
storm!
mercy! You must be tired of killing me.
I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on our side, Doreen. down! Scarlet Inferno! Shiver!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here I come! What did I tell you? Don't get no way!
Where are you going?
Regenerate!
Freeze Lancer!
Can't get out of this!
Dance in
The
the
flame
wind!
inside me yearns to be let
Be
free!
prepared, free from the
Flame! Finish without a trace! A wailing dance! Watch out! It's changing its attack!
Azure Storm!
Fury! Burning! It looks like you got this one covered!
Azure Storm!
Here I go! What does he know?
Azure Storm!
No dawn shall break this night!
I never miss!
escape!
Raging Arnex
this it?
coming through! Top field! By the power of fire! Complete focus!
Pride was my downfall.
Purge Malevolence! Arctic Waterfall! Freeze! Burning!
Shut you forgive me. This is my fault. Regenerate! Let us carve through armor!
This is some punishment. No.
Can't hear! Azure Storm!
No.
Can't hear!
Divine!
Azure Storm!
Light astral energy!
Have to train harder. Everlasting
I owe you
sun.
one.
Water! Here's my power!
Is this it?
Here's a healing arc!
From
Where are
beyond,
you going?
imbue this vanquished soul with life.
Not on my watch!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
I owe you one.
No further.
I
Couldn't make it in time.
Azure Storm!
Water!
Green vein.
I'll bring you back to
Azure Storm!
Take this! On your I can handle it.
Here's my
Now you see what I can do.
Far enough! Sleep now!
Azure Storm!
Raging Luna Storm.
Azure Storm!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! One more
Azure
time!
Storm!
Still get through me.
Ignite!
Eagle Ray.
Azure Storm!
From beyond, imbue
I'm
this
not done!
vanquished soul with life.
Healing to the moon! Radiant blood! Searing flame! I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my art can best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Lightning!
This is a most peculiar
Azure
taste.
Storm!
Magic it down!
Resonate with you.
Storm!
Prepare to be seen. Really important.
This one's a stink!
There's no telling what it'll do. Stay focused!
Azure Storm!
That's been smart. Radiant spear! Far enough!
I'm not done! Burn!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
No further.
Water snake, wait! Where are you going?
I can carve through armor.
Time to shine!
Hear my
Hear
lyric
my
and let me go. Pure.
Red! Healing! Flame of
Azure Storm!
Back into the
Imbue
fray!
this vanquished
Azure
soul with
Storm!
life.
Gemini Ultra!
Azure Storm!
Chronotop field! Heal! Here goes! Hold on to your art! Here I come! It's weakened!
This ends now!
Get here! This time! Take this! Inferno crossing! Radiant shot! Take this! Begin! Here I go! The tempest engulfs you! The flame inside me yearns to be ready! Azure Storm!
Where are you going? Here I go!
Azure Storm! Burn it out!
Spirit flame!
I can carve through
Don't
one!
mind if I do! Will this help?
Amazing.
Can't be happening!
Azure Storm!
Hold on!
I'll grind you into Forgive me.
Nico! I can't lose!
Azure Storm!
I'll bring you back from depths of
Azure Storm!
resuscitation!
Azure Storm! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! From beyond,
Azure Storm!
imbue this sacred soul with light! Resuscitation!
Azure Storm!
Shine! Radiant light!
Mega Ray!
Now or never! Regenerate! Thanks!
By the power of flame! Finish without a
Azure
trace!
Imbue
Storm!
this vanquished soul with light! Resuscitation!
Here goes! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Azure Storm!
Here's
Force of
evil!
regeneration!
Azure Storm!
Tiger Blade!
Regenerate!
Freeze Lancer!
Much obliged.
I never miss! Time to go!
Eat
Tell
this!
me about it later. Take this!
I'll heal you all!
Azure Storm!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Azure Storm!
Fled!
On your
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Azure Storm!
Freeze
Azure
Lancer!
Storm!
This is some punishment.
I can't lose!
Azure Storm!
This one's all
Make it
mine!
rain!
Dueling! In an instant! Impact Block!
Hear
You're mine! Raging Luna Storm!
Great! That'll make things easier!
Power Blade! Soaring Blast!
Water this time!
Clear for us up
Can't you just make up his mind?
Far enough! I never miss!
Take this!
Going in! Not on my watch! Glacial spear! Pierce
See what I
evil!
can do! Tempest!
Freeze Lancer!
Megasonic Drum! Here!
Inferno crossing!
Megasonic Drum!
Inferno crossing!
Is this it?
Don't leave me all alone!
This is some punishment.
Not done yet!
It won't end like this!
Severing Wind! Strike! Wind! Tear!
이틈
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here. Yeah! What?
Right. Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah!
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cyslodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Daanan owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby. Whew!
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
We've reached our destination.
We did a lot today, didn't we, Hootle?
That turned out good, if I do say so myself. After mastering countless recipes and gathering enough ingredients to last a lifetime, I finally cooked my greatest, grandest masterpiece! Mabo Curry! This is a specially made, one-of-a-kind batch. It contains only the best combination of spices, chosen after a lot of trial and error.
You're...
Spices.
I think I'll have some later after everyone else. I'm not that hungry right now.
You sure?
It does smell pretty tasty now that you mention it.
The heat from the spices is intense, but not persistent, so it's easy to go back for seconds.
You're making a good case for your curry, Alphen. What the hell? Serve me up!
Oh wow. This is actually good.
To be honest, I'm a little scared how my stomach will handle all these spices later. But they really do bring out the flavor.
Indeed. The spiciness has been so finely tuned. Why, I dare say you've made true art, Alphen.
Right? I knew you guys would like it.
Like it? I love it! This is delicious, man!
Law, really? Don't talk with your mouth full.
There's plenty for everyone, so eat as much as you like. Shionne, could we talk a moment?
Hey, do you have time to talk? There's something I need to ask you.
Of course. What's up?
It's about the doll I used to have as a little girl. I gave it some more thought, and I still don't remember actually receiving it from anyone.
You were so little. I don't think it's that surprising you've forgotten, is it?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That doll was so old, I'm starting to think I just always had it with me from the start. I know that it's extremely unlikely, but after last time we talked, it got me thinking. Maybe you brought the doll that child made with you to Lenegis.
I couldn't be.
Are you saying you didn't? Look, Logically speaking, I know it's a lot more likely that you didn't bring it with you than you did. But you can't say for sure you didn't, right? Crazier things have happened. I always thought I'd be alone, only to end up meeting you, and Law, and Rinwell, and Kisara, and Dohalim. Sometimes things happen in life that we never thought possible.
You make a good point. I left everyone and everything I knew behind 300 years ago. But now, I'm not so alone anymore.
Exactly. You crossed all those centuries to find all of us, so...
Why can't a little doll have made the same jump too?
Right? Look, it's up to you to decide if there's any meaning behind all of this. But I choose to think there is.
Yeah, I think so too. There's something beautiful about the whole thing that simply can't be denied.
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?
I'd like to check their wares, if you don't mind. It's quite hot here. The climate feels...
Out of our way! Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast!
I shall ensure you survive this. I'm yours. Watch this.
It's a duel of the arts!
Just the start. I'm just getting started. Hear my call.
Spread!
Armor won't save you.
An astral armor.
That's my cue!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
I'm ready.
Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops.
Not
Force fire. Here and now. I'll tear you apart. I'm on this. Come and get it. Do it. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
So I still had room to grow.
I found... some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Huh.
Another incantation ruined.
I'm tired of healing me.
I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on oxygen, Sylvie.
I'll stop it now.
Thanks, Kisara!
Dragon Shell. Take this. First strike. Take this. Sword. Azure Storm.
Hear my
I'm not done. Not
You got the advantage.
Good. Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because no further.
Glitter Dragon.
Where are you going?
Take this. Eagle of some shattering
Pieces!
Do it!
Do it.
Shalom! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
I'm not done.
Make it work.
Their hide is thick as armor!
I can carve
Watch this! Burn! Back in there to
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
We work well together, like a finely timed waltz.
I'll tear you apart!
Blow away!
Take this! Talon Hurricane! In a bind?
Wind
Punch!
Devastation!
Annihilation!
Elucidation!
Arch Shield!
Taking
Pile driver!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Step back! This one's all law!
My face is starting to sting. My throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Xion? Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Out of our way!
I'll tear you apart! Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine!
Burn!
You have to aim for the bright area on their back!
Let's tear them apart!
Kikara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Retreat if you know what's good for you! Yeah, I appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop tanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir. I'll flame and kill
The airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you truly! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Now I'm in the groove!
Your blade moves like silk. I just let my instincts take over. How fascinating.
I'm out of ammo! This one's mine!
Yours could be let free!
Shine! Radiant
Arch Shield!
Regeneration!
Swallow Blade!
Regenerate!
I owe you one.
Swallow Blade!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Okay!
Swallow Day!
Blow away!
I'm ready! Watch it! Reload! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Attack time!
I'm not done!
Radiant light!
It's over!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate! That is
Force Flash!
Watch this!
Rising
Now or
Falcon!
never!
You're mine!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Guess I misread the landing.
Not in your dreams! Here goes!
Elusive deity! No further!
Where are you going?
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'm surrounded!
Here I come! Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Here I come! All yours! You're mine!
First aid!
Okay, here I go!
Now I'm in the groove!
Look here!
The enemy wields arc too. Hey! Blow them away! How's that?
Here I go! Enter the flame inside me! To be let
Now I'm
free.
real mad!
Eat dirt!
Eat dirt!
Whirlwind blast! Do it! Everyone! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Am I on a rope?
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
My... Word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prova what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Discourteous, aren't you?
The abyssal deep. Here for a blast. First strike! In a bind? I'll tear you apart! I'll smash you!
Where are you? Go for the weak point!
Roll now!
Demons of flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Now!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Searing flame!
No escape! Burn it out!
I'm out of ammo!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Is there anything more magnificent than the musculature of a warrior? Perhaps it is in search of this perfect beauty that I myself am drawn into battle.
Gotta break through! Azure Storm!
Healing circle!
Whirlwind smash!
Swallow Blade! You're mine! No escape!
Mystic mercy! I'll smash you!
Swallow Blade!
Flying freak!
No one can escape my judgment!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
First strike! Talon Hurricane!
Here I go!
No
Do
escape!
it!
Now I'll finish you
We
here
did
and
it!
now! On your knees!
Azure Storm!
Searing
You're
flame!
mine! First strike! No escape! Burn in hell!
I'm ready! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike! Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far off.
It is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory...
See? Easy.
Right, here goes!
Water! Hear my call!
I'm on it!
Confiscated! Here's evil!
Reflect can't get out of this!
Free blade!
It's over!
Glacial
No
steel!
man
Here's
can break
yours!
this night!
Not a...
Arch steel! Free blade! This one's mine!
You're finished!
Now I'm in the groove!
Strike!
Lead the enemy's arch to me! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Glacial steel!
Shattering
Raging
the
Moon!
sword!
Eat
Attack
dirt!
time! Come on, I can carve through armor!
Free blade!
Dragon Shell!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try...
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Callous. Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zeugles? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
Charge like that
I may have
easily
bit
be
off
fatal.
more than I could chew.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I'll
Bring you back from down!
Amazing.
Eagle Fly! Burn!
No, Lisa, what the...
Forgive me.
I'm not
This
done!
is my fault.
Showtime! Talent Storm!
Armor won't save me!
Now I'm in the groove!
Scream.
You're mine!
Rending you apart!
Azure Storm!
Bloody holiday!
Resonate with the earth! Talent Hurricane!
What was I thinking?
The fluidity of your movement. Another incantation ruined.
No escape! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
It's weakened!
I'm on it! I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Searing gale!
Don't suffer in silence.
Hurricane! Thunderstorm!
Do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Heal my weary companion.
Burn in hell!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Healing circle!
I can carve through or so much for sitting this fight out.
That wasn't
Here
your
I go.
control,
I'm on it!
No, really before.
Freezing storm! This one's
After
mine!
I'll tear you apart.
Deny!
You're mine! Thunderstorm!
This one's mine!
Let free! Azure Storm!
Allow me to help.
Freezing storm!
This should do it! Try harder! My turn! Crush!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Azure
Let's
Storm!
tear 'em up.
I'll take you all off!
Now this is through. Eagle assault! Captivity!
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here come more!
You'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
I can handle it!
I'm ready! Take this! I really owe you
Take
one.
this!
Annihilate!
Azure Storm!
Elusive deity! Sword! Hitting well! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Mine! Here!
I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm not
None
done!
shall escape
Azure
my
Storm!
Now let's do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
My turn! Burn!
I'll heal you all!
Azure Storm!
Thank you!
Can you do it? Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem!
Far enough!
Not in your dreams! Here goes!
This frigate does it!
Being interrupted.
I never miss!
Take this!
Laser spear! Piercing
Take this! I'm not done!
Where are you going?
Oh, now you're talking!
Azure Storm!
Here's a healing art!
Next! Azure Storm!
Not in your dreams! Art shield!
I'll smash you!
Do it! Lost! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Thank you! Already on! Do it!
Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I'm not done!
Perfect knuckle!
Flame of fury!
Eagle ray!
Laser spear! Pierce eagle! Freeze lancer!
The abyssal deep clear for us a path!
You're mine!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Searing
Pieces! Armor won't save life, thank you,
I
your
never
lordship!
miss!
And will you lay down your life for your lord?
Well, I mean, hey, let's not be hasty.
Here I come! No escape!
Inferno punch!
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
On your
Here I go!
thy mystic mercy!
Crush!
I'm ready!
Not now! Not!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My turn! There!
Take this!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it.
Alphen!
Watch and learn! That's enough!
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
So I still had room to grow.
Hey, is that it over there?
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Xion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Xion? Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own? Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, But my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shionne, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
they will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Dahnans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shionne!
Alphen?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shionne, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Xion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Xion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Xion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Xion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Xion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Xion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Xion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Xion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Xion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Xion in Pelagion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Xion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Xion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renins, can finally live in peace. I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shionne? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shionne. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shionne?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shionne, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shionne's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shionne and Dohalim used to live, no less.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim. Don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you! I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
And the points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dahna.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Dahnans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dahna, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes! Yes!
Falstaf had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay.
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary, Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
What's this thing? There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Dahnan rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
This place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately? Good. This came out just the way I hoped.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Resonate with the
It's almost too strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
I never fit!
Now you see what I can do!
Eat your way!
Roll now!
Glacial Spear! Piercing! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
My enemy feels
Do
like
it!
two.
Yoshin Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Heal my weary companion!
Glacial Spear! Here they go!
Your reflexes will not serve you well, here. Resonate with the earth!
Stalagmite! Without a trace!
This one's all mine!
Burn in hell! Now I'm in the
Ready!
air pressure!
Explosion!
Blow away!
I'm not done!
Glacial Spear!
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
I'll smash you! You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
Not a chance!
I'll thank
Where
you.
are you going?
I'm on it! Take this! Burn in hell! Roll it now!
And again!
Blow away! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Flame of Fury!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Glacial Spear!
Swallow Blade!
Time to cross blade!
Shine! You're mine! Radiant Light! Force of resistance! Rocket start! Allow me to... I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! First strike! I'll tear you apart! Eternal Tap! Negative Gate! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! On your... Come on, I can carve through armor!
No escape!
Where are you going?
I owe you one. Take this!
Being interrupted.
Megasonic
Blade! Watch this!
Sonic escape! Severing light!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Hear my call!
Benediction.
Azure Storm! Eat dirt!
Glacial Spear!
Can't get
Here's
out of
evil!
this!
Not on my watch!
Denied!
Freeze Lancer!
Crumble! Raining flash!
Everlasting
Swallow blade! Severing light!
Nice sins! They smite with blackened blade!
Knuckle!
Rising Phoenix!
Armor won't save! I'll finish you here and now!
I'm almost done knuckle!
Azure Storm!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here,
Azure
let me help!
Storm!
First aid!
Eat dirt!
Regenerate!
I owe you one.
Where are you going?
Thanks.
Talon Hurricane!
Rising Falcon! Try harder!
Now or never!
You're mine!
Ready and ready!
Blow away!
Whirlwind kick! That freaking does it!
Radiant here!
I'll smash you! I'll finish you here and now! Elusive deity!
Water, hear my call!
I am not beyond fury!
Rising Falcon!
Inspiration!
Inside me yearns to be let free!
That freaking does it! Thank you! Everlasting dark!
Here I come!
Negative gate! I will you! Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision! Elusive deity!
Blow away!
No now I'm in the blue!
Azure Storm!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Out of our way!
Radiant light! Bring him down!
Thanks! Blow away!
Lunar
Here I come!
Release! You think that shield will save you?
Oh my lord! I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do!
My shield? This was all right! Raining Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Now! You're mine! Strike! Eat dirt! Here I come!
Water, hear my call!
Rising Falcon!
No further!
Do it! Eagle Claw! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Now!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'm just getting started!
Glacial Spear!
Leave the intelligence to me! Yeah!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here,
Now!
Flame of Fury!
Time!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I can feel my power growing!
Hey, what do you say we fight that Shining one?
Gotta break through! Now you'll learn! Eat dirt!
Not on my watch!
Nothing gets by me!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
This one's mine!
Raining flash!
Heal my weary companion!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! My turn! Cut!
Now
You're mine!
No further!
Mega Ray!
Here I come!
Annihilation!
Eternal devastation! It's on! I'm on! Azure Storm!
I'm ready! Rip and tear!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We can really make weapons with this?
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Ow!
Resonate with the earth!
Escape my judgment!
Rising Falcon! Azure Storm!
Dragon Shell!
Wind!
Now I'm in the normal
Soaring
creepy
right
crawlies
here!
are disgusting enough.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you!
I won't save you!
This one's mine!
I'll finish you
No
here and
further.
now! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon
Azure
hurricane!
Storm!
Mark Field!
Raining
My turn!
Strike!
Eagle of
I'm not done!
On your
Take this!
Hear my call!
I'm not done!
Spread! Hear me! Flame of doom! Burning strike!
Take this!
Hear the evil!
Raining Flash! This time! Strike!
hurricane!
You picked the wrong fight!
Hear my call!
Resonate with the earth! Now you see what I can do!
Burning
Try this!
water! Hear my call! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Try hard! Not shit!
I'm on
Hear the evil!
Strike!
In a bind?
It's over!
Talon storm!
Where are you going?
Bestow thy mystic mercy! Far enough!
Take this!
Will this help?
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Healing circle!
On a roll now!
Soaring Light Spear! Hurricane Thrust!
Lunar blast!
Rising
Back into the
Falcon!
fray!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Azure Storm! Ha! Burn in hell!
Armor won't save you!
Take this!
Soaring blast! Now or never!
Raining Flash! Blow away!
Demon hurricane!
If it's in the sky,
Take
it's mine!
this!
First aid!
Inferno punch! It was see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done
Where
that.
are you going?
Wind!
I'm ready!
It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle!
These bad guys really don't mess around.
I can handle it. Far enough!
I'm on
Radiant
Ignite!
Dragon Shell! Inferno
It's
punch!
like trying to keep up with a wall! One more!
I'm just getting started!
I'll heal you all!
I'm just getting started!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a
Not
healing
again! Dark! No escape!
First aid!
Blow away!
Now you see what I can do! I'm ready!
Redwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not again!
Dragon Shell!
Blow away!
Eagle Assault! These sticks have got your name on them!
I'm not done! The flame...
Swallow Dance!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
through! Engaging! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
My watch!
Prepare to be seized! Target show! I'll punch that gun out of your hand!
No further!
Lunar Blast!
Severing wind! Searing gale!
That's my cue! Lock! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
My turn!
Flame of fury!
I'm not done!
Strike!
Glacial spear! In a bind?
You're mine!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
The flame inside me yearns
I'm on
to
a
be
roll
one
now!
Reloaded!
You dare!
Megasonic Flush!
Here's the
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Shine! Radiant Light! Force of regeneration!
I'll smash you!
Regenerate! Ignite! Don't suffer in silence! Swallow Blade! Try this!
Hurricane!
Allow me
Burn! There's always room for improvement.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
I see one, eh?
Release Talon Hurricane!
Rising Star!
They really don't give up, do they?
Eagle Assault!
This one's all mine! Swallow Blade!
Bloody howler!
Come and get here! Swallow Blade!
Hear my calls!
Infernal Torrent!
Here's evil!
Take this!
I'm not done! Burn in hell!
Freeze laser!
My turn! My shield! Don't suffer in silence!
I'm on a roll now!
By the power of water! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Here's a heart!
You're mine!
That'll bring you down!
Radiant Light! Blow away!
You shouldn't mess with me!
This one's all mine!
I'll face you! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Breath of life! Feel my weary companion! Armor won't save you! Finish you here and now!
Severing wind!
Do it!
Azure Storm! I can feel my power growing!
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the...
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogles. Then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Eternal devastation! Try harder!
Radiant
My
Fire!
turn!
Force of regeneration!
Take this!
Regenerate!
Lunar corruption!
Blow away!
Suffer in silence!
Radiant fire!
Ready to
That'll bring you down.
Crumble! Take this!
Raining Slide Storm! You picked the wrong fight!
Watch this!
Blow away!
Healing circle!
Infernal Punch! Showtime! Blow away! Infernal Punch! I owe you one.
Engulfs you!
It's weakened!
This ends now!
I can carve through armor!
No escape!
Flame of fury!
It's on the wind! I'm on it! Azure Storm! Hurricane! Eternal devastation! Burn! Blossom! You're mine! Burn!
No dawn shall break
That'll
this
bring you
night.
down.
Eagle Ray!
Take this!
Whirlwind Catapult!
Raining
Take
Slide!
this!
Blow away! Talon Hurricane! Searing Gale!
Anything in
I'm
order.
ready! Double me! In an instant! Impact Block!
Benediction light.
Here I come! I'll smash you! I'm not done! I'm on away! Talon Hurricane! Slash! Swallow Blade! Burn! The flame inside you! You're lucky to be let free! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
You're mine!
Execute!
Ready!
On shield!
With the earth!
My turn! Crumble!
Burning!
That'll bring you down.
I'm on heel!
Take this!
I owe you one.
Not on my watch! Hear me! Flame of
Raging
death!
Lunar!
Azure Storm!
Piercing you!
Blow away!
Freeze laser!
thy mystic mercy. I can do this all day.
Azure Storm!
Onward!
Here's a healing arm!
Air power won't save you! Resonate with the earth!
Lightning! Storm!
Azure Storm!
It's in your hands now.
You'll pay for that!
I'll heal you all!
Inferno punch!
You're mine!
I'm on a roll now! I really know you are.
Raining slash!
I'll bring you back from death to death!
Raining slash!
I'm on it!
Azure Storm! Azure Storm!
Almost there!
Or close enough. Take it away, Law.
I thought you'd never ask. Demon Lash! Now you see what I can do!
Tornado Drive! Wide open!
No, it won't escape me!
Burn in hell!
No dawn can break this night! Just getting started! It's trying to take us out! I will destroy it! So I mystic do this all day!
It's too much.
Primed and ready!
Where
are you going? Glacial Spear! Here's Evil! Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing arm! First aid!
Azure Storm!
That's freaking done it!
Burn!
Here, let me help you.
In a bind?
I'm ready. First aid! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent? Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time. Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shionne and Dan. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, It may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart.